Sanibonani. Molweni. Dumelang.
Yebo.
Very good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to welcome all of you here today in our second day, our 2026 Community Engagement International Conference that is fostering us to be agents of change for knowledge co-creation. I'd like to confirm online that are there any participants online? Can they hear us? Can I get any confirmation? Colleagues, today we have a very special and exciting program that we will start with a panel discussion that we'll have. We have a panel discussion until lunchtime, which will be looking into research autonomy and discussing the intersection of community engagement, which will be facilitated by Jacqueline. We will also have our vibrant choir that will be giving us beautiful music. But there's something special happening today. So I'd like to check or guess what is going to be happening after this session. It's a special day. What is happening today? Gala dinner. Yes, of course. So today we're going to be having a beautiful gala dinner. I hope you did check on the program. There's a theme. I think there's something that to do with gold. So please remember the theme for today, how we have to dress up. Looking forward for that session as well. Colleagues, let me introduce myself. My name is Yanda Manuele. I'll be your program director for today. I always like when I introduce myself in two ways, from the African perspective and from the Western perspective. In the African perspective, I am an African student of life. I love learning. I love all cultures. And I'm self-aware of everything that I do within the life that I'm living. And I take life as a journey that we are passing through. But with that being said, in the Western perspective, I'm currently the manager of research ethics and integrity at the University of Zululand under the Division of Research and Innovation. And I specialize in research ethics processes, research integrity, promoting and advocating for research integrity within institutes of higher education. So welcome today. In our program, we'll be looking at recapping through Prof. Gianni and also introduction of the speaker, Dr. Kumalo, and our keynote speaker, Prof. Bonani Nesadama. But a special request, colleagues, from the session chairs, that we please be mindful of time when we're having our sessions, so that we can go through the day peacefully. Also consider communicating and collaborating and talking to other people. Meet someone new, talk about a possible collaboration, a research project. It's very important. That's one of the main objectives of having a conference within our midst. Without wasting time, I'd like to welcome Prof. Gianni now on the stage. Prof. Gianni is our Deputy Dean for Teaching and Learning within the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, who's also a professor in the Department of Information Studies. Can we give a round of applause, please?
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Manuele, our very own young man in my profession, looking at where he is right now. I would like to say in my recap yesterday, for those that were not here, Professor Kunene, VC designate, welcomed us and reminded us that we are attending the second UniZulu Community Engagement International Conference. This is international conference. She provided the purpose of the conference touching on the node of African thought that we are as unity. She talked about things that relate to what was discussed afterwards and in the next 3 days. We know we took notes, we were here, and we discussed and conversed and dialogue within ourselves throughout the day. She wished us well with the discussions and all the engagement and networks we will enter into in the next 3 days. The program director today has said, talk to the person next to you, engage, and when you come out from this, please, you should have learned something. The BBC research Prof. Brown recognized our esteemed VC Prof. Mtose, VC designate Prof. Kunene, the keynote speaker Prof. Roda, the DVC present, the deans, the Director Research and Innovation Prof. Didi Mbadwa. And I would like to also recognize, she's around just here in front, Research and Innovation Director, Professor. Thank you so much for being here. We are your children. Distinguished local and international guests. So the conference is international, but he did not forget about the fact that we are addressing local issues. So he mentioned community partners, and they are here. He also welcomed us as colleagues. So we are important. Also, the students, he mentioned and welcomed the students. So we're all recognized and we felt at home. He started unpacking his speech on CE as a framework for advancing the node for African thought, and by extent, transformation. And you will agree with me that across all the presentations and discussions, transformation came again and again and again and again, ding, 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 and we know what that means to us as academics and researchers and students. He unpacked this in 2 parts. First, he surveyed the issue of CE. Second, he hinted at what such framework should involve. Professor Brown indicated that we convene not only to exchange ideas and do networks and so on, but to reaffirm our shared commitment that the future of knowledge on this continent must be grounded in the lived experiences, cultural wisdom, and intellectual traditions of African people. He emphasized that this commitment is essential to epistemic freedom. He quoted from Ali Masrui that university does not become African by geography, but it becomes African by the depth of its relationship with its people and by its courage to let community wisdom reshape the way knowledge is produced. Because universities are known as producers of knowledge, but we are an African university. Prof. Brown thereafter requested the audience to acknowledge a fundamental truth that enters our conference. University knowledge and community knowledge, that they are not produced in the same way, but both are essential for Africa's development. Universities generate knowledge through systematic inquiry, that is formal theories, disciplined research, methodologies, evidence-based approaches, and help us understand complex societies. Because it enables scientific breakthroughs, technological innovation, and policy direction. And that is the aim of what we normally do as researchers. What do you want to do? The breakthroughs that he mentioned. On the other hand, Professor Brown indicated that community knowledge emerges differently. It is pragmatic, it is lived, it is inherited, it is practiced, and it refined over generations. It reflects a deep understanding of local environment, cultural systems, and social dynamics. That is community knowledge that we had from ground speech. He didn't forget that this knowledge from communities is embedded in oral histories, indigenous practices, collective memory, not silos, collective. Lastly, he reminded us that University of Zululand, CE remains a strategic priority. And that is why we are here for this today and in the next 3 days. That strengthens the relevance of teaching, learning, and research while deepening the university's contribution to social, economic, and cultural development. Thereafter, we had our Director, Research and Innovation, Prof. Jili Mbandwa, Prof. Jili Mbandwa. Headline of the day was, "We are because you are." I took that very seriously. She mentioned that abstracts were received and were reviewed by 26 reviewers. She thanked all the reviewers. If you have reviewed abstracts, you know that this task really needs your focus. He had updates and response to the CE conference call of 100 abstracts submitted shows that the conference is gaining interest and researchers want to be part of this call for action. She then invited us to the research autonomy conference. Who did their homework? Do you understand what the research autonomy concept is? What does it entail? How are you related to it? The research director, Professor Jili Mbandwa, introduced that concept. And in 2026, we can't go blind as if we haven't heard that concept and what it is all about. As the academic at the University of Zululand, I invite you to indulge in that concept. But most papers, many conversations and discussions yesterday related to this. Thereafter, there was Prof. Roda, the keynote speaker from the University of Free State. She talked about societal transformation, institutional transformation. She also talked about the shifts by universities, touching on organizational cultures, incentives, curricula, research agenda, epistemologies, so that the CE agenda is a success. Can you see all the time it's teaching, it's research, and so on? That is why the director of research is here, because we are really, that's why I said we are your children at Prof. Jili. We cannot do CE without your office. The speaker briefly shared the USS model, which emphasizes on engaged teaching and learning, engaged research, and engaged community service. She emphasized that we should not ignore the knowledge of communities because they are legitimate, but very participatory and inclusive. Therefore, theoretically significant. We talk of theory at university. That is why we should not ignore them, because they are theoretically significant. We had a break and got into our breakaway rooms. In these breakaway rooms, we were alluding to what the director of the program, Prof. Calvino, had started in the morning. I intend in my closing to listen to some presentations within the breakaway and discussions. Let me quote Prof. Yanga Zembe in one of the breakaway rooms. She touched on the importance of monitoring and evaluation in CE so that the system does not collapse. What does that mean? It means as we are here, let us also talk about how do we keep the system alive without collapsing in our tenure. Monitoring and evaluation. This professor is from UKZN. She enhanced the framework, but also touched on coloniality framework. She emphasized that communities do not care much about theories, research, but communities want to see tangible benefits. And I think Prof. Bonani here with us touched on that and said, communities want to see tangible benefits. And it all talks to what others in the senior management of the university platform. We have also taken to many presentations in our breakaway rooms, and one presentation was on the project that has been successful, that is involved by the colleagues, female researchers and academics, females only in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. We also saw and watched the video that encouraged all of us. We were taken to the community through that video, where we saw women coming together for development and doing great things. That is tangible benefit from what the academics and researchers are doing. We also watched a video a lot, which means we are not working in vain if we are working with communities, if we are engaged scholars. Colleagues, today is another day that gives us an opportunity to be engaged and to be inspired. I would like to say, I can't say much, but many things were said and discussed in the breakaways. But today is another opportunity for us to learn more. Thank you so much, Program Director. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Scott, for that wonderful recap. Indeed, it was a beautiful day yesterday. The speakers yesterday indeed spoke in synergy and in an alignment of the conference theme, which was very important. And what stood out for me from those speakers was the management's intention in taking the community engagement portfolio very seriously with the strategic approach Prof. James talked about that we've taken. Support given to my colleague who's leading the portfolio, Mr. Mtandazo, is evidence that UniZulu is taking community engagement seriously and practicing the concept of Ubuntu. With that being said, I'd like to welcome Dr. N. Kumalo, who will be introducing our keynote speaker. May we give a round of applause, please.
Thank you, Program Director. As introduced, I'm Dr. Nhlanhla Khumalo from Teaching and Learning Center. I would like to acknowledge and thank our VC, Prof. Ndosa, our designated VC Principal, Professor Hunene, our DVCs, Deans, Deputy Deans, who are present with us, and those that are not here, and staff and students from the University of Zululand, mostly our delegates, colleagues from all institutions. Thank you so much, Prof. Gianni, for sharing that, for reminding us why we are here. We are here to learn. We are here to unlearn. We are here to relearn. So thank you for that. So without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage our keynote speaker, Professor Bonani Olive Nchandama. Professor Nchandama is the Director of the Directorate of Community Engagement, Entrepreneurship, Inclusive Innovation, and Commercialization at the University of Venda. She has over 15 years of leadership experience in community engagement and more than 2 decades in higher education. A participatory action researcher and advocate for knowledge democracy. She focuses on co-learning and co-creation between universities, communities, and industry. Prof. Nchandama holds a PhD in nursing education from the University of Johannesburg and is a DST, Distinguished Woman Scientist. She is a certified entrepreneurial mindset facilitator and MIT Innovation Leadership Bootcamp alumni, and an accredited Southern African Entrepreneurship Venture Ecosystem, Social Entrepreneurship Learning, Design Thinking, and Indigenous Knowledge Systems with a strong emphasis on benefit sharing principles and societal impact. She has supervised numerous postgraduate students, mentored over 100 undergraduates in community engaged projects, and led national and international collaborations on public health, equity, and sustainability and sustainable livelihood. Her scholarship includes application on community engagement in higher education, social innovation, and empowering learning environments, reflecting her commitment to transforming universities into catalysts for inclusive development. You are welcome, Prof.
Good morning, it's a privilege for me to be here on the podium. I'm not a podium person, I just want to declare that. So if you see me moving, it will be because I've forgotten that I'm not facilitating, but okay. So I'm so humbled to be here and I'm excited. It's a privilege that I started also at the workshop, so I have a good sense of what happened in earlier days. So as you have seen in my in the programs, that my focus of this like 15 minutes talk about leading. And I'm just going to talk about my personal story. Go to the acknowledgement. I don't know what's happening, but let me be talking. I would like for you to see my slide and this is sorting that out. So I'm not going to give you like a typical traditional keynote. I'm just going to generate conversations around leading as I've done it. So it's more of a lived experience. I have been there, done it, but I'm still a great some of our time. So I regard myself as a learner. I would like the slide on gratitude, please. Let me start by acknowledging those who came before me, academically or otherwise. I want to acknowledge the ancestors on whose land they fought for. To be in Zululand reminds us of all of that. And so I don't take it for granted. I want to acknowledge the fight and to remind us that the fight continues. Your fight is different. Our ancestors were of their time. I want to also acknowledge the women leaders of this university also. How beautiful. No offense to the males, but my sincere gratitude goes to Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Mtose, and outgoing, of course, and Professor Kunene. This is beautiful. And the women in this room don't take that for granted. We don't have it in all universities. So take advantage of that. Professor Brown, DVC Research and Innovation, Professor Mashia, DVC Teaching and Learning, Professor Jill Mbatwa, Batra, yes, Director Research and Innovation, Dr. Kumalo, Director Teaching and Learning, the CE team led by Ms. Bandaswal, yes, and colleagues from all areas, all universities. Thank you very much. This is a beautiful opportunity. Next slide, please. This will mess up my storytelling, but I'll see how to survive. So I wanted to put this, that the talk today is really to inspire and most importantly, to remind you that you are innovative beings. You don't have to cut and paste and comply. You can be a theorist in your own right, and that we are all capable of growth mindset. Next slide, please. I wanted just to remind you of all the talks that we had in the past few weeks, because that's my baggage. I want to associate this talk with decoloniality, which is my stance, Ubuntu philosophy, and of course, cognitive, epistemic, and social justice as we are in the leadership. I want to also talk about where we come from, but most importantly, acknowledging those who have written about the Mode 2 knowledge production process, Yogi Balls. If you Google that, you will find Mode 2, and now there's Mode 3 knowledge production where we belong. And it's important that I put that forward because as we have been engaging previously, I kept on reminding particularly the young scholars that remember what founded us is not necessarily who we are. And thank God we have evolved, thank God we have young scholars who can really pave the way into the future. I wanted also to say that my talk is going to be very practical, very simple. It will unsettle you, but it's talking about the things that I know you agree with me, but you also agree that it's not easy to do in the system that founded us and that we are navigating. So it's about self-mastery, it's about discipline, it's about authentic power, it's about humility, and it's embraced by Ubuntu. So I want to refer you to the author, Malcolm Gladwell. It's a simple book called The Outlier. And the reason why I start there and my talk will derive from this is because my message to you is you will have to be willing to put the man hour. With several of our colleagues, we were talking about how we are living in the crazy world of microwave. We want our professoriate overnight, we want this and that, we want promotion overnight and I'm sorry to tell you, this field that you have chosen will humble you and will remind you that you have to put the 10,000 hours to perfect your skills and your craft and your thinking and your mindset. And so I start with this reminder. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we also talked about how you should start where you can, not when. When is obvious now. So in your now, and you are not one thing, you are many things. You could be eluded by this title of a professor, but professor is just one component of who you are. So when you want to start, embrace the whole of you and start now. The issue is not the when, it's the when. Because all of us have different entry points. We have different strengths. So I'm encouraging you to look for that. In your notebook, write the word strength and look for it inside of you as we proceed. Because that's where you should start if you haven't. But if you have started, that's where you will strengthen your craft by looking at your strength than your weakness. So the message is in community engagement, master is about practice, it's about doing and not talent. And it's exceptionally driven by deliberate practice, intention. You see, as a scholar that created your PhD and your professoriate, it's very easy to be comfortable and be eluded by the status. But every one of us has to have an intention to do better, to represent your communities. We all come from communities. Opportunity and access matter. We are privileged to be affiliated to a university. It's a privilege. You don't have to look far. Look at the metric results. And the stats that is saying universities are not going to accommodate half of the students that deserves to be in the university. The same could be applied to us. It's not that we are too clever or too intelligent that we are here. It's also by grace. It's also by the results of what we have invested, input. What did we do to get us here? And so provide that to others. Erickson is the motivator for the creation of the writing of the book, The Outlier. And we can learn from the arts, from the, I don't know if you know, but by the time we get to see those soapies and whatever else on television that influence us so much, the actors, and they are acting. Remember that, right? The actors have practiced that small clip 20 times. You ask for any Hollywood star. So, horrified. And this I'm also talking to senior, my esteemed professors who are supervised. I'm horrified by the thesis that comes from a person who have never set a foot on site. We literally microwave articles. We talk about learners and school teachers, and we have never set a foot at a school. We are so entitled. Talk about learners, about teachers, about nurses, about this, about that, about that. Never been there. Because we are the doctor of philosophy. Nobody cares whether it's followed by practice. So I wanted to remind you that to be an expert of anything and to earn your entitlement, be there. And when you're there and you come back and you want to represent them, say that with humility. Because your 15 minutes or 30 minutes of Hollywood did not give you the full picture. I promise you that. So it requires your humility. I am horrified when we allow a supervisor students to say, my interview lasted for 30 minutes. And this is how 30 minutes entitled me to write a thesis about this topic. Community engagement requires a deliberate practice. You're going to learn to negotiate conflict with your stakeholders, to accept constructive feedback and give feedback constructively, handle resistance from your superiors or supervisors or line managers, whoever that is, navigate ethical dilemmas, receive coaching, mentorship, reflections, and so forth. But I put that article because I wanted you to look it up. That's me telling my story. That article is a 2006 article. I was barely a PhD and I was not finding everything that I thought a PhD is about. And to the youngsters, this article is for you. Because you remember I was challenging you that whatever it is that you are waiting for your supervisors to do for you, do it yourself. And allow your supervisors to earn the glory. The beauty of that is that you still own your work, whether your supervisor took the glory. Am I making sense? Do. Work hard. At the end of the day, when you are delegated and you go and do that delegated task so well, you outperform your supervisor. It's still a win-win between you and your supervisor. I don't know why supervisors, they don't understand that concept. Leaders, you are a supervisor, you are an HOD, you are a director, DVC, or whoever your portfolio is. Leave the young ones to flourish. Don't clip their wings. Yes, you can guide, you can coach. Remind them that it's risky out there, it's rough out there, but let them go there and learn for themselves. Get out of their way. And that will require some reflection. I also put that article so that you look it up because that was my first interaction with the concept of vulnerability as a leader and understanding the power dynamics that you cannot change, but you can, with your good conscience and your humility, navigate. In this article, I promise there's no solution. But I put it up because I was saying there are power dynamics there. And here with you in your institution that you need to know and learn how to do it. Please warn me of my time because sometimes I get into a trance. I don't know what that means in Zulu. So the vulnerability in leadership, my esteemed professors and leaders, it's okay. I'm emphasizing that because I know we've been trained to be bossy and to appear and to know it all and but when you are in a community engagement space, you're going to allow discomfort. We talked about with co-creation comes co-learning. They're not mutually exclusive. You can't co-create without co-learning. This is life. And so it will require you to practice facilitation, to practice active listening, to build a safe space for people to be who they are, including your students, including your mentees, including your students. And so we are going to have to be negotiating the power balance and imbalance. Name it, yes, and don't be stuck in it. Authentic power is that thing that says to do the right thing, the right way, even if the environments are not allowing. You will see that I reference Jacinta Ardern. You know, the young ones should look up her book, the youngest Prime Minister of New Zealand. She's the one who recently popularized authentic power. And she by no means claimed that she has done it all, but she was there. She knew that she's in trouble because when you are in community engagement spaces and you are asking for it to be done correctly with respect and dignity, then you're going to be in conflict with some of the research protocols and systems that are in place that doesn't advance that agenda. So the question is, do you want to stay comfortable and be compliant and not question? Or you're going to question and do things differently? So community engagement leadership is a transformative leadership. By its nature, it requires authenticity, decolonial knowledge production, where you respect that your ancestors were not stupid. You know how we sometimes misinterpret or conveniently skew the facts. In science, we say this is validated and it's repeatable and well, let me put it to you that our ancestors did the same. When they told us this thing works, was 100 times. So let's agree that the coding may be different, but the process of validating is the same. You do it microwave style because you put it on a test tube and, you know, whatever comes out is the only truth. Young researchers, there's no single truth in anything in this life, including what you are regarding as discovery or innovation. It's only hypothetical assumption until somebody otherwise, or until somebody challenges. I don't have to go far, you know what I'm talking about. Can we be stuck in the first theories of what HIV is? We wouldn't be alive today. It evolved. The first discovery was challenged or was talked up and was enhanced, strengthened, and so forth and so forth. What am I saying, students, researchers, academics? Your job is to challenge, strengthen, enhance, and you can't just be compliant. You can't not question. I'm going to move quickly because now I talked about purpose and intention and so forth. I've talked about how you should be a learner with humility, but I haven't spoken about positionality. This whole idea that you can be objective or your research is objective need to be questioned further as well. Because I'm saying it's not. It's just one truth. And so it's also about humility when you put your positionality up front. Like when I say I am a decolonial scholar, and I'm not suggesting that I know what a perfect decolonial scholar is. But I'm saying the baggage that I carry when I talk is influenced by my struggles as a person. Between whether I'm capable, human enough or not. Between whether the only truth exists in the North or there were always another truth of the South. So these are the questions that you should wrestle with in your leadership. How about in your departmental meetings as an HOD or a director? Step up the assumptions that influence how you are leading your department. Refine existing theories, name them. Of course, we have to name those scholars that came before us. But let's stop teaching students to cut and paste theories and not contextualize it. Those were done 100 years ago and they were founded on a different context. Allow your students to be theorists in the making. Teach them how to be designing theories. I want to go to a conclusion of my talk by talking about reflection. Because somehow we are afraid of ourselves, we can't, when we finish this workshop, it's on to another thing. When we finish the lessons that we got here, some of us have even forgotten the art of jotting down notes. I say this to my students all the time, because I carry my notebook all the time. When any person is talking, doesn't matter whether it's an elder in the community or I jot notes. But do I have time to go back to it and say, what am I doing with this lesson? The system is not allowing, the environment is not enabling. That's why I go back to intention and purpose. What kind of a leader do you want to be? And if you want to be reflective, I mean, scholars, Ted Lewin, Donald Shum, they teach us about the importance of reflection. Dewey, and I mean, you name them. Why is it so difficult for us to say, this is how we practice reflective leadership? Did I do well today? Did I talk to my team member well? And if I didn't, the word will not stop if you go back and say, hey, when I was reflecting, I realized I may have not dealt with this issue well, I'm sorry. That's why we need to record and review what we have done. Get advice. Oh, throughout in my life, I've looked up to role models, I've looked up to my elders, and in my office, I promise program director, there has been visits from a cleaner to a gardener that left me humbled. Do you see them? Do you talk to them every day? Do you know they have wisdom? The wisdom that we don't know how to hold till today. So we think our standing in the classroom the way I've done constitutes learning. Think again. It's just part of it. So as I conclude, I wanted this is because in the brief that I was given, I was supposed to talk about theory, policies, and practice. I wanted to just show that we have moved. We are on a journey. and we are doing well. We just need to look back, reflect, and keep refining. So I wanted to end by off my head to Cesar, to the University of Zululand for the workshop and this conference. And those who have been there before know that as university, we worked on CAP model before. Many years ago, 2006, 2007. But what did not happen, at least to my satisfaction, is advocating and towing and designing co-creation. We would be far by now. Now, 10 years, 20 years later, we're still asking ourselves how does it look like? This was a project that was introduced by the Department of Science and Technology students. And I know the University of Zululand was part of that, which asked us to map co-creation partnerships with communities. So I bring that because I wanted to say, if we don't reflect, if we don't jot down the norms and say, what is my agenda? How am I going to make a contribution? We'll come back 10 years later and still be asking how does partnership look like? Thank you very much.
Give Prof another round of applause. We are practicing a wound. Thank you very much, Prof, for the moving presentation. Would like to give you some token of appreciation for our director, Limbanga. I'd like to remind those people who are ambushing that there's a surname of the director, that you will have to charge you for that. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Dr. Nonhlanhla Khumalo for introducing our speaker, who's the new director of teaching and learning. I'd like to welcome her to the University of Zululand. And indeed, she hit the ground running as she's the first month, but she's already in this kind of project. Thank you very much for your time in introducing our speaker. Welcome to the University of Zululand. Thank you very much, Prof, for reflecting and helping us and reminding us to represent communities that we come from. Sometimes we are in these institutions and we forget that we come from those communities. It is indeed, you'll be happy to know that University of Zululand is taking community engagement very seriously. We've got a planned program where we train our students or our researchers on what are communities, how to get into communities, community entry, community collaboration and partnership from communities for a program with a portfolio of community engagement and research ethics and integrity. So we take them through. So you'll be happy that we are trying to foster as an institution that our researchers remember whenever they are going to communities that they must do research with communities, not on communities. So thank you very much for that reflection. It is indeed a take-home message to us to do the right thing the right way, and even in the environment that does not permit. We will also take into consideration reflecting. Indeed, as human beings, we don't reflect much. We are so hard on ourselves. They're so hard on themselves in publications, teaching and learning, research, community engagement projects, but they don't take time to sit down and say, well done to them. They're doing very well. So indeed, you are doing very well. Thank you very much, but can you give a round of applause for that? As we move along with our program, we'd like to dance a bit by calling our Unizulu Choir to come forward and giving us a beautiful music instrument. Our Unizulu Choir is coming forward. While they are coming forward, just minor changes on the program. After our panel sessions, check our programs, we're going to have a tea break. During the tea break, our photographers have requested that we take a group picture. All of us here will come here, we take a group picture. And then after the group picture, then we can go and get our coffee and tea. But quickly, we come back. So less socializing, we come back and sit so we can continue our panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Olocha. Azanga mangala ndo senda revised memo whatever one page. Ndio kanyagoro profu. Ndo kanyagoro basimangala basadojori kamsaro koshmarote kawa. Ndo loiter bata wenye barisanere research. Ngurwa balete barero rumadanamse. Faruk.
Unfortunately, people are not able to pay for services. Then the families are still going to collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what's problematic with your statement when you say that he is the answer, right? It leaves us in the middle as South Africans who are looking to him to change things in terms of services. And your constituency is the IFP. I'll tell you why. We judge very quickly in South Africa. We've got 5 years, 5 years with one term, and then he's done. He's almost in the second year of his 5-year term. It seems to be moving slowly. He's not here in Cape Town at the moment. He's just pretty much just sorting out issues of water, a terrible water crisis in Johannesburg. His department is a partner to this terrible crisis, right? So when do we then judge? When do we see what you're saying, that he's the answer?
I want to believe that you can attest to the fact that the court
require ukuzikhumbuza ngekhathi lethu also fire time. Sekhulile. Thank you very much for the choir. Maybe one thing that you don't know about the choir is that it's one of our diamonds. We treasure them very much because they are always vibrant and reminding us of who Izulu is. So thank you very much for that. Now we're moving on to our panel discussions. So I'd like to request our chair or lead facilitator, Jacqueline Saleh, to come forward with the panelists or the contributors. Dr. Salim is the manager for service learning and community engagement at CPUT. And the contributors as they come forward are Dr. Bonani Nzadama, who was our keynote speaker, Dr. Lloyd Christopher, the assistant dean in the health and wellness in the CPU team, Stephen Harrison, Atino Law and CE expert from CPUT, Prof. Nzini Yuna, Director of Impact and Center, Human Science Research Council, known as HSRC, and Dr. Yolande Raffin, medical anthropologist and the African House Research Institute. Which is situated in Bosom Care in the northern part of prison. I'd like to welcome my panelists and chair of the session today. In giving a round of applause as they said, hi.
Oh, see, that's the medical safety. The weeks are over there.
James. Wait. Hello, Can you manage, or should I put another chair in front of so that you can have the?
Luego not coming. Luego.
Which one is regard to the comments? Lights. James? James? I want to move it light.
I need the order of Stephen, Stephen, and then.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Harrison. My educational and professional background has been in the face of law, public policy, and public health. As a lecturer at CQT for a number of years, I was very actively involved with communication, community engagement, and tactics unit, and have continued since then to be part of the Community Engagement Leadership Academy, where we take students through community engagement processes and projects year on year and foster leadership in that field. So I'm really, really happy to be here with you today.
And so it's the practical. Thank you very much for working with the excited to that. I know it's the day that council is visualized that support. Wonderful, thank you. And now we also have Dr. now, Dr. now Citizen. Great. Thank you for this.
My name is Lady. I am a medical anthropologist and bioethicist. I work as a research fellow at the Medical Research Institute that's based in Shonkele and Durban. Some of you might know about Safari, people there. And my background, as I said, is Darwin learning and anthropology and then public health. And have engaged with research. I focus quite a bit of that on research and then it's sexual, what it means.
Thank you. And thank you so much. Let me say hi. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you so much. Yeah. So now we also have an apology from Dr. Louis Christopher, also colleague of my CBT. Unfortunately, who not the team, but is well disabled, I think, well disabled. And what a wonderful group of diverse practitioners, researchers that we have during our time. So we thought in line with our approach to communication practice, we'd like to hear from you. How do you relate to the concept of science autonomy? Some of you may be very familiar with the terminology. For others, may have heard it, but not really relation topic. We want to open the floor and we want to hear if you have any strong opinions about it, if you know anything about it, or you could even pose it as a question. So I'm not sure if they are voting mics, but you could just put up your hand. There, wonderful. The morning is starting very well. At the back. I think it's really lovely to see with it. Not that all my eyes so good.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the panel. My name is Bruce Dawkins from Nelson Mandela University. I want to suggest that there is no such thing as science autonomy. Science is influenced by power, and those that have power will use science to manipulate it to achieve their own agendas. I'd like to hear the panel's thoughts on that.
Thank you. Anyone else? We love these spontaneous comments. People coming. Lovely. Anybody else? Vision, comment, or just what you understand of? I think we need a little more coffee. All right. So we thought we would try and gain some understanding about what your thoughts are. And I think part of what we're going to be discussing Doc is going to be around these issues. And if we do not answer you in the panel round, we will certainly take that question up again in the discussion. Thank you so much. So I'm going to hand for a brief round of inputs from our panel. We'll keep the same order. And we're going to be starting with Stephen with your input.
Thank you, Jackie. And in some way, I think I'm going to respond to the question that Anthony thought. I think that globally, the topic of science autonomy could not be more topical right now, given the Trump administration's attack on the autonomy of universities in the United States and the defunding and dismantling of research processes and institutions which don't fit their right-wing agenda. To me, to my mind, that certainly represents a gross abuse of power. And scientific advances, particularly those focused on improving the lives of the less advantaged sectors of society, are being set back immeasurably as a result. That, to my mind, is an extreme violation of any reasonable notion of science autonomy. And the knee-jerk response for us would be as the scientific community to say, see what's happening? We told you we need absolute autonomy. Freedom to research whatever, wherever, whenever we need for subject only to comply with sound scientific protocol, with basic principles of bioethics and with the consent of research participants. And that sounds wonderful But science and scientists do not exist as islands. And in my mind, nor should they, given the fact that no individual researcher or institution has a monopoly on insight into scientific progress or is immune to making mistakes. The reality, and I think this is what the speaker from the floor was saying, the reality is that science and scientific endeavors occur within the context of relationships, within the context of social structures and competing interests and power dynamics and so on. And these inevitably have an influence, whether that's an enabling or a constraining influence, on what research is done and how research is done. And to close one's eyes and to pretend otherwise does not make those contextual factors disappear. It simply means that the influences that are exerted on scientific agendas and endeavors become covert and potentially insidious. So it seems far better to acknowledge that the exercise of autonomy in science occurs within the context of relationships, some of which demand accountability, and to be intentional front in negotiating the terms of those relationships and the extent to which they enable and limit scientific endeavors. By being intentional and explicit about managing the tension in relationships between autonomy and accountability, the aim should be to avoid the sorts of abuses of scientific freedom we are witnessing with the Trump administration, while ensuring that research agendas and processes are informed by negotiation, reciprocity, and accountability where appropriate while not compromising scientific rigor. So, the point is that we must contextualize autonomy within the context of relationship. Now, so far we've been thinking about relationships, and you probably have in your mind relationships between academics and institutions, and between institutions and funders and institutions and governments and so on. And what I was talking about in terms of the principles of relational autonomy apply to all those relationships. But in the context of why we're here today in this conference, I want to focus now specifically on how these principles relate to scientific research in the context of community engagement. Universities and academics tend to see community engagement initiatives as opportunities to increase research outputs, and well, they should. Because research can be and should be beneficial to institutions and to communities as well. The problem arises when such research is conducted in pursuit of the scientific interest and autonomy of academics and their institutions, without realizing that communities also have autonomy, otherwise called agency. So research in communities, and we were talking about research autonomy in the context of relationships. Research in communities needs to take place in the context of relationships within those communities. And again, the parameters of those relationships and the research that emanates from it needs to be negotiated and worked out together with jointly owned by community partners. Research in communities should not be framed and conducted autonomously by academics and their institutions without the active involvement and engagement of the affected communities, key aspects of research. And we need to do more than just to pay lip service to the concept of co-creation, co-production of research with communities. Real co-production of research within communities involves sharing control with our community partners, the setting of research standards, on the allocation of resources for research, on governance or control of research processes, on interpretation of data, and ultimately sharing authorship of research outputs and co-ownership of resultant intellectual property. To do otherwise in the context of research as part of community engagement is, in my mind, to advance the autonomy of academics and their institutions at the expense of the autonomy of communities, which is extractive, potentially exploitative, and as a result, unethical. Thank you very much.
So we will move on to Prof. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will sound like we say the same thing, and Bruce has summed very well when he referred to power as central to research autonomy. And when I was thinking about my contribution, when I thought about three things. So first I will address the question, how do I relate to research autonomy? My home field, which is gender analysis and feminist studies power, and we have a tagline that's popular that says the personal is political. And my relationship with the topic of today, which is about science autonomy, extends to actually say the personal is professional and the professional is political. And we have experienced, and I'm sure there are many people who have experienced the extent to which your autonomy as an academic, as a scientist, as a researcher in your professional fields is limited, not only by research groups and regulation, but also by your professional groups and regulation. And I think that is something that we need to also talk about. I also wanted to start off by talking about what is happening at the global level, and we all know that at the global level, scientific shaped by the convergence of global dynamics, geopolitical alignment, national security-driven pattern model, multipolar competition, technological transformation, and enhanced regulatory oversight. And all of these collective use, we have to all the to collaborate with key topics and work openly across borders. What we see now is that research networks are being reorganized in response to conflicts, in response to diplomatic strains and national security considerations. If you have an interest as a researcher on science diplomacy, at the HSRC, we have a research part that deals with science diplomacy. And last year we hosted a 2-week training on science diplomacy. So we look out and follow our work for work around science diplomacy. Academic collaborations are declining between countries in conflict zones and other political play. And I was interested to see in your home. If there is anyone here, maybe let us see by show of hands, if there is anyone who has collaborated in South Sudan. No one. In the DRC? No. In Somalia? No. In Cameroon? No. In the Sahel trio, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger? In Mozambique? And these are the countries in Africa that actually have active conflict right now. And we avoid these countries like an epidemic because of the conflict that exists. So scientific autonomy, both for us as South Africa, but also for our colleagues, those countries, is constrained by the political tensions that they find themselves. So this outer global definition means the outer supply chain and norms and governing science openness. So what we see now is government posting across countries, nations are tightening their security control, and this results in tighter control and strategic areas. So when we think about community agency beyond our immediate environment, we think about global communities as well. And again, to reach the global community, we have a footprint with our science. What we see is that science is facing the partner choices, restrictions on cross-border data flows, and heightened scrutiny of international collaborations. Science is facing concentrating on topics that they can pursue. Limitations on funding approved by research agenda and obligations to comply with national protocols. Science is facing increased government intervention that restrict the international exchange of knowledge and access to critical research infrastructure material. The social media has more reach, and our communities where we are trying to do community engagements have more access to what is happening in the countries that are other than outside, because we have all the aware that everybody that person who has access to the against government. And before we know it, they will be ahead of us and try and fight ourselves because of it. One of the things that we are seeing also in the African continent is that universities are shifting roles. Historically, African universities moved from nationalism to state-led universities to neoliberal models. And this trade off speakers brought about trade-offs. State control versus market pressure affecting autonomy, public, and academic peoples. And there is more compliance demands today than ever before. And this limits openness. It increases the administrative burden and shifts research processes away from previous environments. Historical regimes are being complemented by new controls, AI, data science, biotechnology, and other emerging domains are taking over. And universities are balancing open science against increasing pressure to manage security and prevent intellectual property leakage. And these are just some of the challenges. And in the continent, there are movements that are pushing back on this issue that are imposed on us as science and fight the interest to follow these movements and participate actively in these movements. We are aware of the sphere colloquium are pushing back the African coalition for academic freedom, the African research consortium, they developed and published studies and all of these are aided every hour rules that are affecting scientific autonomy. And locally here at home, there are a number of things that affect our habits from the engagement with our science. We know that in South Africa, public universities, particularly science councils, rely heavily on government funding, whether it's from the NRF, SCI, and government funding can start research programs towards national goals. And it also leads to autonomy, cross-cutting, and quality topics. So a country with a strong financial resources, no, it can fund its own universities-led scholarships and research development initiatives. But this is not the case in South Africa. So if the money that comes from the NRF, it is not actually a bulk of it does not come from the NRF. Money that is external to have all the agenda that limit what we can do. Also, low economic resources below resulting dependence on this foreign donor and exports. And as Philip has mentioned, this has implications when the foreign donors pull out of our agenda. So we know that there is now an open intention to what we call aligned research and independent credibility with the scholarship. And who then decides what is aligned research? Who decides what are the priority areas? Who decide what are the policy requirements and how we should or who sits on the research setting agenda meeting? And some of us are not the agenda setting. Some of us don't decide on the template, but we have to use the template. When we go to the local community, I always think that I have to register. Something as simple as the activist register. It's very disruptive. You heard from Professor Bonani area about how community and respect when in those environments. And you are going to people who ordinarily would not have structured for their engagement. When you go to the so it was called don't sign attendance registers. And now the science is from the university. And the attendance register that our age and gender and race and all of it are important for someone because we are now the rules that regulate our way from the scientific point of view, from an administrative point of view. But then
beneficial for the state for our police education. And I'm just making an example. We can think about many other tools that we use in our scientific education community that may not necessarily align function out of the thank you.
Thank you so much for that really insightful presentation, and I think really enjoying the diverse lenses from which we are approaching this topic. So I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Dave. Over to you.
Okay, so autonomy. I'm going to say my perspective of autonomy, people autonomy, is really from a health perspective, particularly a health research perspective, where autonomy has always been considered a thing for guiding ethics and how we conduct it. I would like to bring us back to our definition of autonomy and where autonomy comes from. In philosophy, it comes from the Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, saying that each person has a value in and of themselves, and they are not just valuable because they participate. Each person holds value, and in there, that respect to that individual value is where we recognize autonomy. And so respect for people really is at the center of autonomy for me. That's a compromiseless that says that autonomy is self-rule without influence. It's your own decision, it's decision making. It is the power to have the decision to choose whether, specifically for health research, people want to participate or not participate. But also when we speak about autonomy, we often think of freedom, the freedom to choose. Decide whether you want to consent or not. And as I said, in moral terms, the idea is associated with money, understood autonomy as governance, and this capacity of moral agents to reason and to choose freely, and the obligation never to treat persons as weak and as I said, but as a means of weakness. Understanding strongly enforced on technical ethics. Then, when I was looking at issues such as protecting a person's capacity for self-determination or voluntary consent and meaningful choice. These are really important things to consider when we engage with, because at the end of the day, the communities are there, people, and it's the people participating in it. But I would like to also pose a different perspective or different take, because our understandings from principalism as Kantian philosophy has a very strong symbolistic view of autonomy and research and ethics. It guides us. Right now, we are looking at our international guidelines, our guidelines, the Practical Clinical Practice Guidelines, the National Health Regulatory Guidelines, and our international guidelines. These are the principles that guide autonomy, that guide consent. Obtaining that consent is the one thing. I would like to argue that for us, especially with the communities and better engagement, perhaps we should adopt more of a care ethics stance that looks at and argues for approaching research from a care perspective. So again, it reminds us that autonomy is never like a isolation. When we can say that, yes, an autonomy is self, none of us are highly autonomous. We are all governed by our own cultural practices and the power dynamics and hierarchies that are present in our communities. And we have to keep that in mind when we discuss it. So people make decisions, say officials, based in their relationships. And these were shaped by dependency, trust, obligations, vulnerability, and power. Communities do not engage in research in abstract moral agents, but as living with historical marginalization, economic hardships, and repeated encounters with institutions that often leave consequences that are not fully worked out. So this feeling of the researchers entered our safety. They told us about all these benefits that's going to come from our research, and we just would never see them. What happened? What happened with this research? What happened with my autonomy to decide whether I participate or not? And then from this perspective, autonomy is not something that we respect at the moment. It is something that we must be enabled to care. And care even starts to be attentive to those who are heard, responding to vulnerability, and responsible for the relationship we enter through our research practices. It reframes the question of did participants agree to participate? And, you know, whether it's a health research project or maybe more social project, there are always these standards, these freedoms that need to be followed, suspicious and well, 200 people to participate. For fun. And then there's this question about what the failure will be. And so again, it's asked us the conditions such that refusal was possible without real harm, whether it is physical harm, that we always equate, especially with health research, thinking of the physical harm outweighs social harm, but what about the social harm that come with our research care? And making communities involved early enough to shape what has been asked. I'll come back to that later, but the other question is, did the researchers recognize the moral weight into people's lives? So that point I want to say, knowledge production is vital for us as a society as a whole, and promote well-being as people. However, in this day and age, as we face an oversharing, an abundance of oversharing, and intrusiveness into people's lives, whether it be through aspects like social media, artificial intelligence, sometimes government agencies overreaching, saying we need this information. And when is autonomy, when is it respected enough, when communities say, not my people, not this aspect of my, this depth. Anyway, I think that's quite a critical point for us to think. So in this sense, research autonomy is not simply a strength that trained by researchers participants. It is a relational, moral practice. Attentiveness and accountability, and especially in conditions marked by inequality. As health research, or a health research institution in particular, we engage with communities. I think community engagement, however, when we talk about research engagement with communities, there are two big umbrellas. One is consultation, and the other is participatory engagement with communities. And these are two different things. And quite often what happens is that we have consultation, which stops there. It's, hi, who can I speak to? This is my project. This is what we're going to do. But if we want meaningful engagement, that needs to happen earlier. I'm sure we can perhaps talk a bit later about where these barriers are. People talk about it's about the barriers of what makes this different and how we constructively move against that. But for now, I think that's probably my take on what is on. And they
because I know I stand between you and tea. Much needed reflective tea. Like if you were here, you would be still processing some of the inputs that you have. So I invite that reflective session as you breathe and have a cup of tea. So, one thing that I just want to say, in argument, I mean, I could say I agree with all of the above, but I just want to add, thank you for this also teaching us to reflect on the concerted way of autonomy. That to an environment to say, what is science for you? So have we reflected on that and where it comes from and the popular notion of science? Because here we are talking about all science. And if you recall, you know what I mean. Our ancestors also had science. Well, at least from my lived experience. So I want us to also reflect on what will it take then? And these are questions perhaps that we should be looking at after tea. I want to also be contradictory, say, for me, contradictory pragmatism. So imagine you are a bureaucrat, it's firing. And like when we see the students is happening. And because you have this line of thought and expertise in this subject, but COVID has shaken you to the core and is asking you to reflect on your autonomy. What does it take for us to elevate the education of that concept? Understanding that it's culturally related to power. So what should we be learning together about science autonomy and how should championing its proper explanation and our duty if we were educated in this spaces. I want to pause there, but to ask, you realize that I've given you a way particular. I hope when we start the interaction, we can speak there. When science is commodified the way it is, and it's jump, pick up the low hanging fruit and be regenerated and are we utilizing autonomy for who? Autonomy for who? But like the question itself indicates, how do we encourage communities that they have so that they can build things that we impose on them because they can. But most often than not, they don't. Because they are so, you're coming and
university age group. It's very challenging. It will take your ability to allow them to challenge. Thank you so much. And again, in the spirit of the previous presentations and of the panel, we will see obviously more questions. And the more we speak, the more questions we generate. And in your discourse, continuous learning. So I want to repeat what Prof. H.R. Dama has said that the next session will be you running over those questions. And then we're going to open up with a discussion where we will be engaging hopefully actively with our wonderful panel. You can see there is such a broad knowledge or a viewpoint on this topic of science autonomy. You will notice that in the program it's research autonomy, but we using the language of science autonomy, which is the more accepted terminology that is being used nationally. So please think about these inputs. I certainly have heard a lot. I wish I was really and speak more, but I'm listening and you're all heard and what wonderful people. So please go away every time. I'm not sure program that because we probably running late, how long the tea should be. I'm not sure if I have the permission to reduce the time. So I will be forward, I will make up the market program I need to, and I will see you in a few minutes. So then I.
Thank you, please. Now it's time for tea, but as I requested earlier, you have a little photo, like just to remove smiles, replace smile more, come forward so you can take a picture. Then after the picture, we're going to just go there, the what we usually do. Then come back to us because of time, but we're going to this interesting session. Thank you.
Colleagues, please come forward. I see colleagues are still planning to smile.
2 and 2. Colleagues, can we go according to your height, especially the back? Can we have like the first row? Let's go according to your height so that you can see everyone. And also, Stella, can I have like the last line? Can we have them like in the front here? There is a space here. All right. Let's go according to your height, colleagues. Let's go according to your height. Yeah. Let's make sure we are within the banners. Let's be within the banners. And it's our side. Stand like this. Let's use our side pointing. Our side. Use our side. Let's be within the banners, colleagues. Within the banners. Let's be within the banners. Okay, there is space here. Can we have like 4 people here? 4. Right, let's use our sides. Let's use our sides.
Yeah.
And make sure. Make sure no understanding in front of your colleagues. Okay, let's smile. Smile. If you are not smiling, I'm calling you out. Mr. Manuel. Okay, smile, colleagues. Community engagement. DE. Okay, let's do a happy one. This is the last one, a happy one. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, can I have the organizing team for CE who are wearing those maroon t-shirts to come forward? If they can take a picture, please. Colleague Nomtandazo on your team, please come. Nomtandazo on your team, please come forward to take a picture quickly. And a reminder, colleagues, that we are taking from the station and coming back. We're not talking yet because we have to continue the program. So you just get your coffee or tea and come and sit down and nibble while you're sitting down. Thank you so much. The team, please come forward. Hi.
All right, that's Mike. Mike. Sorry, sir. Hello. Camera. Right, smile. Let's say CE. 3, 2, 1, go. CE again. Everyone, let's do it, everyone now. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you. If you would have moved this thing, but doesn't like it. I think that we can have
I know mostly when I if you can check it's not right. And I'm moving forward. Yeah. Don't put your mate. That I want people have the line. I put up this on the line. I was trying to put. So next one.
Wow, what we going to?
that be one of the questions that you respond to. You could also respond to the inputs provided by Danny Taylor. You could ask questions, you could direct questions to individuals on the panel or to the panel as a collective. But I think that would be great for us to hear, included in your responses, what your views are around science authority and whether the inputs you provide to you, whether it's making sense, whether challenges. The very first slide I had up earlier was the whole puzzle, so you still play that game with two teams of putting a piece of rope from one edge to another. And that is the imagery that I had between science authority and community engagement. And it might be an ongoing puzzle. There might never be a winner, we don't know. We would like you to give us your views. So that's just a short introduction because we found that there are online participants and we'd like to be inclusive. So maybe you can introduce yourself. I'm getting the round of the results and it is file. I'll just facilitate the online audience, their questions, if they raise their hands, yeah. Thank you. And thank you so much for assisting at such short notice. I don't do well with monitoring the online platform education face-to-face. So, let's take some hands. Let's start. Do we have a mic? We're reading the slide today.
One.
When I say the sticky points, that what we would take, we may choose for thinking. Not mentioned earlier that people have this entitlement, saying that they're a director I think by putting your title on the side and actually doing the work or the job that you're trying to do. For example, if there's a crisis happening, you have power. If you do not care, if it does not concern you, you won't do it. And there's a concern. So people do things if they are anxious. If they're not, they don't care. But it's the way they say, for example, if there's like journalists, they will come up front and promise people give false hope and stuff. Like if you don't care, then you won't do it. It goes back where what Papa saying, if things are said, then put their efforts. Thank you. I'm Rosie. My question is, before we get to the notion of autonomy, the science autonomy, in community engagement in particular, do communities really understand their role in the agency as a stakeholder? And do they understand also the role of the university? And going back to what Dr. Then said earlier, in my experience in this specific project with one that I was working on, I was very uncomfortable at first when we got there, and the ladies looked at us as if we were high people, up there. It's just like, no, I want him to be this, yes, this is you. And it took time for them to open up and up, but university, it's like, I'm not saying the seats, and I'm very comfortable there. I was like, no, I don't think, so you truly understand their role and what they're doing. And then when we move out and the community, we also understand that communities are not just passive recipients. There's work happening, there's science happening, there's development going on. That when we move out, they don't look down upon what they, because now it's sort of like a piece of the capital. It's still not very important. My mother, when I'm sick, she goes to God, picks up and put my nose. I'm fine. So the community then understands that how the agents and they actually understand what it.
Thank you so much. You can take another one comment, and you can ask the question, you can ask the parent.
Thank you. So I think again, should something about family educational and so I just want something how then is we highlight the like this some heritage cultivate the community engagement with the private strategy. So I wonder if how we make use making in research and how we ensure that the research analysis and community knows also from your necessity to mention something about the ability of information in social harm and the country monitoring participation of the project. And then the issue on the cultural how we the community of be able to change or better aspects of the way that
Thank you so much. Okay, one more.
We currently have as well challenge power because we have the knowledge, ability of however, what is monitoring progress and the development of our ability is power, it's political influence. So resources, the resources can be channeled into the wrong place. And people wanting to benefit, maybe they're looking that they require those that actually need it.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to ask a few questions on a certain issue. You see, we have the phrase "science autonomy," and we also have community engagement. So my understanding, or I would like to ask a question. How do we strike a balance between these two extremes, or the way they currently perceived as two extremes of a continuum? In the sense that on the one side we have scientific pursuits and inventions, discoveries based on a pure definition of the word science. We take the word science originated almost I mean, I think the 14th century. It has always had this for experimentation, learning through experimentation and observation. A collective understanding of phenomena, observe or experience. That was the meaning of science for a very long time. And then an objective way of phenomena was also central to science in general. Now we have, now at this stage we have the community engagements where we go to those sources of knowledge and then study. But then it seems to be diverting to to positionalities that we take. So how do we try the balance in between? Thank you.
Okay, we have another question.
So, thank you so much. And I think from the conference that very clear to me that we are trying to engage the community. Right? We have reached there. So what is also clear to me is that the process of engaging the community, we need to sit down and look at it and edit and see how we can go. But then the question to the panelists would be, where do we start? For example, I had the quote that I think practices have made it very clear that our practices are not aligned with practice. That's why. And also the fact that we go to communities, when they hear that practice is related to how to move away.
Dr. Ron Lawson. All done. Thank you, so you will have another opportunity. All right, do we have any online questions? Not at the moment, or comments? Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to ask the panel to respond to some of these comments. You can decide to start first, it doesn't have to be in your. Thank you.
So,
So thank you very much for this difficult questions, and we don't have the answer for the book part, so we can just say what we believe is the right way of thinking and reflecting about that. And then start my question, which you reiterated what and then you offer the baseline in terms of how it's generally understood. And where it originates, and then I compare. But as you heard earlier on, I put it to you that really crossed, observation, testing, experimentation, and what's done by other forms of knowledge, not just the dominant one. So, do the communities understand? Well, if I look at my experience, you go there with not understanding yourself, and you facilitate a process of understanding where you are starting at. And this is why part of our activity or championing should be starting from where they are, of not knowing, of not understanding, so that you cooperate. It's a difficult thing to do. But we've had brilliant case studies of you reflecting on how you've done your understanding. As a black child, who grew up in a rural area, I know for sure that one of your key is to make the great child in my community believe in himself for himself, believe in his power or their power, believe in what the grandmother's knowledge has brought her to where she is. So for me, self-efficacy is a big thing on all my programs. We start there because I struggle as men. And you will go to conferences and to workshops where people are talking a lot of English that you feel lost. But I'm saying as I before, believe in what God power with you and do it for you, with you, in you. And I'm willing to that position that seems to be elitist or exclusive and sometimes what you need to do is that you are fixed. That's why we have to fight very hard that institutions recognize that for you to get your informed consent, you need to have at least this feedback community feedback. Not the way you get informed consent. You can create it. It's just not fair. The second question that I want to attempt to answer is where do we start? How do we strike the balance? So as you have heard my line of argument is, we will not strike the balance by election or through election. It's only when we are active. And, you know, it's almost the type of war we push back. You know, the system, the promotion criteria, the rating criteria, put you directly back because you have an intention to be colonial, to represent what you believe in. So it's a journey. It's a journey. But start. If you haven't started, start. If you're started, be encouraged. Because we are in the right direction. But we need to make privilege and push back. And push back sometimes is going to alienate you and it's that. Yeah, as a community of rights, we can depend on each other.
Thanks, Mary. Just a comment. I think a lot of the questions emanated from the really concern as been part of community engagement initiatives when the sense is, or the experience is that those initiatives will be fit projects that take place in the context of information and power visibility. And in that context, it often feels exploitative because it often is exploitative. And I think the answer to that lies in the fact that community engagement initiatives and the research and approach that has to take place in the context of the building of long-term relationships with the communities where we work. Yes, student cohorts come and go. That's the nature of student cohorts. You in 1 year and then you move to the next year and you move out of that project. But that doesn't mean that the community engagement initiative needs to be attached to an initiative. The institution has a responsibility to ensure that community engagement initiatives take place in the context of sustain and maintain relationships which are built with communities and are ongoing with those communities. And that process takes time, it takes resources, it takes investment. But start of any interaction with the community, when you're coming to the university, the whole big information are asymmetry, but the challenge, not only the challenge inherited, is that those asymmetries need to be eliminated in the process of building relationships with those communities. And if we fail to do that, we are failing and at risk of being extracted in our research and risk of being exposed. And that starts from meetings that affect and engagement and hearing and listening, but it also goes to basic things like our MOUs with community for practice. Because typically we have like a standard MOU that's approved by our legal services department, and it's a compliance requirement for our community engagement initiative that we have to get it signed by the community partner. So there's a long time form, and at the bottom the community partner has to sign, and if it's not that thing, that's fine. Compliance is happy, legal services happy to do our job. But that simply perpetuates the information asymmetry that we have. It's sort of like at the end of, if you join Vodafone like this, and you have to sign the end of the terms and conditions, and you feel you really have no input into what was part of it. That is anathema to the concept of community engagement. Those things we need to start with. There's many pieces of paper that say, let's work out the terms of the agreement between us. There's reached consensus on what goes onto this piece of paper. Let's develop this MOU between us from start. Let's make it a product of consensus. And in that way, it will, taking that approach can be pretty constant.
Quick comment. I think central to this action seems to be what Gordon Danson referred to as politics of it. What counts as evidence? That was quite enough. And where our environment lies, if we say now, the scientific endeavor and community engagement, the one what they produce will be considered valid. But even I think it's very important to point out, even in the debate, but there are hierarchies. They have one count, and one gets one vote. And I think that that's really important for us just to keep it forward in our minds that when it comes to secondary research, then there are definitely practical issues that we have to think about, that we have to address. And one of the issues that I particularly feel quite strongly about is community literacy around the limits of research in communities. And I feel sometimes what happens is that there is a feeling of what research is here to do, or scientists are here to do, and the benefits, when using the benefits as a driver to get people to participate. And those benefits are in themselves actually causing a social harm because people set an expectation. They are getting told about how to look, they're arrived, how to money, they're clearly, the fancy cars, businesses. Okay, all of our problems are going to be solved. And that's the story that people tell. It's setting food, healthy, but setting that benefit in that particular way. And I think that is the problem about, what it takes to make change. I think there is really just becoming clear about what research what was its purpose? Yeah, is that really at the core of it, we are here for knowledge production. And when we sit with community engagement, we need that community engagement. But I go back to my earlier question of, are we just conversing what we do, or we actually engaging with them, co-produce what we now call the very popular term of this co-production of knowledge. But I do think that there's also just to be aware that in that co-production, we can also at least some harms that come in there. And just in terms of exploitation, not to bring anything back to AI, but to really think through where is the information going, and where you are just co-producing, what is going to be the consequence there. So, a good example that we can draw from, I think, is from an anthropologist watching and learning from a lot of their research that they've done in terms of fostering a very close relationship with communities that they're entering into, and establishing, usually they have some key participants, someone who's interested to introduce this knowledge, and they train them. There's a key thing. These people and I think communities do need to be trained and educated. What does that mean? Because not everyone is interested in producing. But what does it mean? But then also, we know from these longer studies the consequences of that. So if we do co-production, if we do that, what happens to the individuals that we have today? They actually listen to a presentation where someone said something. They were now suddenly, by their very own, considered a research expert. And that tension that they suddenly was, well, I educated myself, I did this in my community, and suddenly you are on it as well. I think it's a very difficult thing. I think it's almost impossible to say that there will be that true participation there without being able to remove the fact that yes, you're here to basically. But just coming back to what is evidence, what counts as evidence. One of the big structures and one of the big points we was mentioning here is early engagement with communities when it comes to research, but not just early. It needs to be continuous and it needs to be due. So my organization, RE, quite a good example of this, they've got a dedicated community engagement structure. From the top, community engagement is considered very important, but if these structures are not in place, it can fall as just an anecdotal information, which is very dangerous, and I think a lot of the community engagement space. But that also requires funding. And I think that's a really important thing to remember. You know, community engagement can sometimes be a very expensive endeavor. So in order for us to really lift up, we need to rethink carefully and I think very creatively about how we find funding that includes strong community engagement right from the beginning. To my final point, I want to say the question about social harms that come from research and that impacting of the autonomy. That is, you know, I can give you a quick answer and say, yes, participant comes and says, I don't want to participate anymore. Then you should at that point say, okay, tearing up all information, throwing it away and taking it first. But in reality, that often doesn't happen. You know, with statisticians or further on researchers, Maybe people sell, pretty some analyzing the things, from the viewing, writing up, you really have to pre-pay for load it, and now suddenly your participant goes on. Okay. No. Discussion, but in terms of that, I think it's very important, especially after the institution, there needs to be verifications, if not. My last little point today, for anybody who's been involved, you'll know this question. Well, keep your participants, because without them, there's no power. Without power, we don't have the results that we need. And when people start attending, they just say, what's the follow? And it's a huge focus for you. But maybe that is in itself something saying, it's like following, you know. But these are real pragmatic issues that we sit with, and that I think needs very fair thinking around how.
Thank you, but so I may not remember all the names and some of the questions that always been wanted to talk about the question from the ladies, but about why people to X on a particular issue, and the disappointment that sometimes create when it want to X on issues like feel after all it is important and I mean you make a comment rather than a question. I agree with your comment. People are moved by people that put it to their heart. And as scientists, we need to also be prepared. We have to be part of our whole value taking and taking of measures that have that we need to people that are moved by things like right? Because there are kinds of problems that we all need to export, but it's true we should want to export. So I think they are also exercising their choice. Yes, and when it's also touched on the point about how we are like process and also. And again, it's something that while it concerns us, we feel uncomfortable, we don't like it, we want to address. It can only be addressed systematically because it is true, you are special, you are chosen. A lot of people have been eliminated by their results to get university, by their access to some interviews, by some assessment forms that didn't get to a master's degree got there, by level funding that didn't get to a PhD. So by the time you go there, you don't complete and you are engaged with the project and they receive you, give away they receive you. It is because they are important, you are important. You have been through 6 or 8 years of schooling, depending on the degree that you have at that point. And that is why we send school, because we know that by the time you come there 6 or 8 years later, you will be a university, you will be a master's student, you will be a PhD student, and so you cannot expect to be like a old university. The system is taken. You may not like it, but once you join the university and you join the course like with the PhD and you become professor and you become professor, with each accolade, our community respects you more and more and more. I think that the honors of that they appointed to respect that our community not going to change that respect, because education does make you earn that respect. So I would say this like we get a campaign when you enter a community and it's all over. You will get all the water when everybody else is protected. Because you are again. All of those are again. And the way you usually expect a person will be taken. You will get a seat when your body is full. Someone will say, oh, the old man will set up for you because you are the one for it. So we should understand those and it has to us to demonstrate the abilities that foundation about community and counter those situations.
There was a question around that and government and I think it was about how can we making and how can we make sure that our stage community engaged and that aligned social. There are so many things that we can just need to continue to be innovative in and outside of conferences like this. And then almost we need to understand that making the political process. I'm sorry, but it's not a planning process. Making a decision. Yes, science is important to stay informed data. But whether the science is good or poor, the decision maker will make it based on their political intent. And that is something that we must teach and also by the develop. And that is something that training is set upon to do political advocacy. And that is the most important thing for science. If you want those results to change the world, then it doesn't take political advocacy and understand how to speak to politicians and understand how the policy formulation process happens. Understand what was happening tonight in Parliament in the corner and follow what the president says about your failure of way, what they do not think about your failure of way. So that is what matters for makers. So it's very important that we think about this in the first place. And I think that it just has to overstay the policy risk and just put the issue. So I can follow the way this thing that you can with the family, so you can follow our way there. So we can align. How to align with social norms? I think one of the ways in which we can align with our policies is to embed our users, our community. So community engagement is a nice thing, but if you actually reflect on the one-way process, we, the academics, are engaged with the community. So think of this, have you ever seen a situation where a community experiences a problem and they sit on this problem, they give away on this problem, and whatever that they decide to write to your team and to express this problem to your team. And the response to this message then is that the community leaders and have to act. And then because as the community engagement, that's the spirit of the staff. Instead of us always saying the community that is there and what have and say what is happening. We have not seen a community that says we want to make it clear as to this is the problem that we have. And then the team assembles a team of researchers having read the subject matter of the communication. The researchers come and the researchers together with the community explore what the community has already explored. And I believe that we will do this research for you. And that is what happens. There's community engagement happening in those ways where it's the group that comes to us. You know, in that environment, I teach research ethics, research ethics, but part of the program that we have there, hegemony of bionational research ethics. And you know, we have the national research ethics, where all the research ethics go to affiliates, right? And it's a health that you don't have to sometimes invite them. So when you get the issues of any issue there, like you have the issues on the social science, the different research. So my example is basically from a social science education perspective. Then the team has agreed, and then with the team of they expect them to agree with this research, and we go to the community that called the social village. We get to the social village because it's our focus. We came to you as a university. Then we say, you don't need to do for this here. You want to look up. And before we go, we agreed, we have a consent that we want to take this problem. So we will give a new consent problem by agreeing and coming. Actually, this is not a confidential issue. So all of us, the experience, what is all about one issue. And again, that we should prepare that way for what is the confidentiality. But the company is saying, no, there's nothing like my neighbor, this side, and my neighbor, this side, doesn't know about this data. Because we have several meetings. The issues of the country. And then the research unfolds without these ethical issues. sometimes interfere with the way I'm trying to demonstrate how we can start to align ourselves with the social context, the way we it. When this person wants to solve their problem, they don't go along constantly and confidentially. And if you also think about the data ownership of the data, we want this is our founding. Everyone owns it, right? And then we complete the research. And you have a situation where the generated then writes to the chief of the page, say, inside the artifact form that Professor United comes that. Like, you cannot publish without this community signing the artifact form. That's what I heard. It doesn't. Because one engagement is one way. And if you get about it now, the company has no idea about what the impact will be on what. And if you are a nice volunteer engagement, then you can come and say, oh, you want to tell me the results, you have this paper, or before we publish what to do, what we call it, a member checking. We want to do member checking, but no, I'm not looking at checking. Publish the paper or what better. You see publish, so the group cannot have consent to give to you whether you publish the paper or not. So the entire content is the way now the approach, the training is very one way, but also the issue. That is why I feel like we need to allocate the embedded or what in our education do more things as institutions to demonstrate that we are a that is embedded in the community rather than like extracted from the community. Thank you.
We have only one. We have a question. Okay, so I will give you a technical.
Okay, so we have a question from our online audience, Kanka has researched a very long question, three questions in fact, on our comment section of the chat. So in how I've seen the question about the intersectionality between the community stakeholders, the university standards, the ethical standards, and then also the research, the industry. So it reads as follows. The Bible says we appreciate from the panel of our time of economy student. Okay, the first question is, the community forms influence scientific research agendas or direct policy autonomy. The second question reads as follows. How can we balance scientific autonomy with ethical accountability and practice? And then the last question that I posed was, how can researchers maintain when research is industry funded? And that is very true for you. Very responsive.
Maybe we should take a moment to open up the floor again to our second round of questions or discussions or comments before we lead to final feedback from our panelists. So are there any more questions, comments? Thank you. Is your mic on?
Thank you. I think it's very interesting. And also, I have two questions. One is, I've been fortunate enough to interact with communities from an academic perspective, but also as a perspective of an NGO. And from our observation is that when you are interacting with them, they tend to change their narrative really who you are. So if you're in a shop, they'll say things and it'll fail you because they're scared of negative or whatever. So if we ask, say the scenario is working, they say yes. But if you come with a picture, then they'll like constantly share their releases. But if you come with an academic, because people that are really doing such a process, we find that
the advantages. So how do you validate indigenous information or knowledge? And also, the comment also on this is that maybe we should move away from say science, but knowledge that informs policy. Because the more say science, then we are missing out on other forms of knowledge that are not cannot be validated through metrics informed by the same ways of doing research. And another one is but I think the other one was on how do we yesterday the speaker touched on okay, how do we try to motivate people to be engaged? Sometimes you come to the research projects, there is of their benefits, but they are not interested. So then you might just sort of impose a project on them, they are not listening there. So how do you go about to make sure that they are on board, but also because of the timeline on how do you make sure that gets deliverable to the partner? Because unfortunately, with the City of Science, they have to with the support of others, please the partners, or make sure we can deliver on whatever we promise. So how do you balance that? Thank you. Please go ahead with another question.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question. So, good question. The first question is to the lack of advice to the national guidance. There's misalignment there. So, it's time, and if you keep touch on the other question, how can we reach out to they can best I think the second one was talk about the next current. And my question is how can we see the community because I don't know that views and language. How can I ask the local question? Do yes, I was already talking about I see that there are guidelines and we try to issue guidelines that are now invention for me, and I had a conversation yesterday how are you using it? How are you trying also to mention the very important point? How can you apply the environment? So I use the term just to be understanding what does it mean to plan.
Thank you. I think let's go another question.
Yes. Critics. Mine is on the point of consultancy engagement business. And thinking perhaps we should reflect on who and how different engagement must evolve or change to make of today's research. The community already, from the years of research, communities are already knowing their experience. How do we get that to change so that we recondition, we make them aware of what research is, what the benefit is, and allow them or enable them to feel the benefits in the process of research, so that at the end of the day, the engagement is really co-creation knowledge rather than construction
various sections. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is another.
Thank you, and my question is directed. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it correct, but forgive me for when you are a president, this is with regard to the beginning of the young ones. Said, massively their wings, must let out the young ones. And then why should they present? I kept whatever you present me, but my interest was this one. And then I just said to myself that I would like to learn from you how we or the strategy that sometimes we not easy to do. Another thing, it depends on the method and the only. The keeping of the wings does not simply well with me, because it's not always true that the elderly academics or whosoever, I don't know how old for you, the elderly academics, but that's okay. The issue of mentoring of sometimes people in criticism. Remember the story that you shared about your colleagues who are adults who have access to your office. Do you think the young man can do that one? So there are many factors for Italy, honestly. What's their attitude? And keep them as the elderly academic. Look at it as a basis from when did I end the higher education. The end of higher education when I'm approaching the field. I am young in terms of age. As academic, I am young. I still need to be mentored. When fortunately comes in the young one, relatively speaking, I may not seem I'm giving her wings when I don't know how to I need to measure it. I think from lastly, there is a time whereby besides the seniors, when the young ones need to be taught sense, I'm being honest with you, we talk about our respect. Because the attitude goes a long way from it goes I'm telling you, it goes a long way. As you are not only the young one, not only the young one, I can tell when the young one is a there are young ones who achieve before the elderly one because of the fertile ground, there are many fertile. It shouldn't be like the elderly professors or whosoever who is actually taking. I don't know how to clean. I joined this when I was very mature. But I can tell you, it's to a certain extent, can decide because the attitude here is there. And then don't look at the young one, and the young one increase the weight. Then you decide. And then you can also, if I found you maybe somewhere, if I found you 15, 10 years, no matter how many things you have achieved, but the fact that you have said for 20 years, it means something. I don't think it's about keeping us. I would like to learn from you what we need to do or what I need to do as an elderly person, what they need to do too. I think it's a two-way thing.
Thank you so
I
much.
want to learn more.
Thank you so much. Lots of learning in this program. So I think we had one in front was two.
Yeah.
Okay, you can see you can so please reach out.
Very interesting conversation. Multi-dimensional, different perspective. But as a practitioner on the ground, as a champion of community education. We are often confronted with reality of the true essence and challenges that are faced by our community members. I always often ask myself, if we quantify our contribution as university, devoid from research, because our focus in this academic setting and governance seems to be evolving around research, the role of researchers in communities, just opposed to communities who are recipient. Universities have become major source, if I may say, of economic contributions to communities. I will just make an example. Accommodation offered by students derived from communities. But how often do we tangibly contribute our knowledge as academics in advance that agenda, which is politically influenced? How again, if we quantify our GDP contribution, I will just be precise. In most institutions, we find institutions having franchises within the universities. Franchises for franchise like chicken, KFC, just an environment whereby we bring community members to have stalls, to have containerized research to them in terms of minimum accommodation. How far do we go in terms of quantifying our resource impact from the university or ourselves, other than the research that we do? Let's say we do research, how often do we implement the research results for the benefit of the community? Hence, it is very difficult now to have participation of communities when it comes to research that we are doing, advancing our own studies. And hence now, where you are soliciting that participation, you have an expectation of community members are simply tired of research that we do on them without converting material aid. Institutions of higher education have a lot to offer, but it will take politics in us leveraging the space. One speaker referred to solar and what relevance or what elements or component of solar will be relevant as. The question is, if we even bother to contribute to the higher education, these are areas of need that we need to address to resolve. So it is one discipline that we are even moving now. Because when you check community engagement, it's together and it pillars across all universities. There is one phenomenon in common now as a common denominator, engaged scholarship or scholarship of engagement. What about all other community engagement that has to do with development? What about these other pillars that have to do with training, advocacy, and collaboration? Minimum of such is articulated by academics, but the priority is given research. To me, the research that matters is the research that is credible, that can be measured, and that can be quantified. And as imagine, these young scholars that are emerging in the of community engagement. You should take into cognizance that your work is extraordinary than any other ordinary work that we are doing. Being an academic does not require every effort that community engagement. So now the question is, and I'm always saying that in such sectors, we know the vice chancellor to be part of this. And I'm emphasizing again that this money is not funded. How advanced it is not funded? So let's wait, or let's write a paper about this discussion, but also discussion so that when we do our work on the ground, it will be simplified. But I'm very much hearing about the development discussions, they are very much empowering. And I think by the end of tomorrow, we'll be able to assist to implement those to our own perspective.
Thank you. We have another contribution. Thank you for your patience.
I had like two questions, but I'm just going to leave it. Hand in hand with the spirit of the community. I wanted to know how do we ensure that there's no power imbalances, and that even though there is research, it is both beneficial to the researchers and also the community at large. So how does the power imbalances between the communities and research affect scientific autonomy, and how can these imbalances be ethically managed to avoid exploitation for all the community and the researchers? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we don't have any more contributions online, but we have another question.
Just one more, which the big elephant in the room just mentioned, we must touch on it, was how do you address the funders for research in the agricultural community? For some of the influences are unethical in the progress of research integrity and more issues with it. So how can we align with that working group and say, oh, funders, sometimes there's a lot of that, and we never look at what communities want from people. We're talking about and saying the two-way street, researchers and communities. But now here are funders that in the Western part of the African context.
Thank you so much. All right, so can you see it? All done? Okay, we have another question here.
Okay, it is actually a comment for the question. I was putting here the questions of the police. And I was curious to say something, or I didn't want to say something. But my point is here. So, thank you very much. The conversation is very interesting. Your presentation was enlightening. We were able to learn a lot from this panel. So, we really appreciate the head discussion. Or we still learning discussion. Firstly, we, as you were presenting, science autonomy, you mentioned that each and every one is very good. I'm happy that we have a full idea on the contact really, she will actually share her perspective. Because now, when you are saying everyone is village, and you are emphasizing or having respect to everyone, or for everyone, since everyone is village, no matter how much level you are at. That requires us to go there to our faith as people, as African, and actually be who you are, where you are coming from, our authentic selves. So now, with the system that we're having in South Africa,
with the system that we are having, that is coming from other countries, with the guidelines that we're talking about, international guidelines that we're talking about, it is possible for us to decolonize the system and ensure that the guidelines that we are having are talking to the basic south of Africa. Because that is the challenge that we are facing. We have the international guidelines that we need to abide for, but then at the same time, we are not international. We actually say we recognize ourselves as Africans, we define ourselves as Africans. So how do we go back to authentic self and come up with the guidelines that talk to who you are, rather than taking what you say, but protected by people who were actually aligning with their beliefs, with their Western cultures, without considering what is our culture. So that is the first point. It is about decolonizing the system and also ensuring that who we are, we respect ourselves first. We start with ourselves by respecting who we are. Because now if we look down our point, who we are, do you think other people respect that? No, they will not. If we look down upon what are my African, these are my values, this is my culture, obviously if you don't think that yourself, then we still have a long way to go. So that's why I'm saying our evidence, the keynote speak started by presenting decolonizing our mind with decolonizing. Thank you. Thank you so much. All that. So I'm going to get back to the text now.
Yes, I want to start so that I can give the critical question. The critical questions to others, so when I start, I will give the easier one. Thank you very much, yes, this deliberation. Much needed, I think we need more. We're not going to be able to really tackle every nuances. But the question of funding and balancing, I thought just respond to it, and I know other colleagues will pick it up. So I was told when I was a young academic, but this is my own interpretation, this experience over the years. By Professor Akimov, maybe some people know me, please departed. Because I was lost in asking this question, that was like, what to apply for that grant? And I'll tell you the young one. Apply for those grants. Like you have to ask yourself every day, in a week, in a month, from the state office, what came out and what came up that for. Apply for those grants. First, and what that's by going and sunbathing at the beach. Right? So apply for those grants, get them. In between what they want, that's your agenda. That's why I said at a level, at an intention, and yes, my dear director, be proud of your agenda, the Black African. And I mean, I emphasize that not to exclude either races, but I'm saying Blacks are the ones that have struggled the most. So apply for grants. There will be a way in which to keep and make sure you keep your Africanness into the grant. So the other is the one which brings. So I want to repay you because of the young researchers, young academics. So it's not all bad, but that there are scholars that are, you know, any one of you, if you haven't familiarized yourself with the first way, please Google and all her work on African indigenous paradigm of Amma, please familiarize yourself with that. Lots of conversations about made in Africa and so make sure that you know who your African scholars actually parents are, that you can, you know, ride on the shoulders of those giants. So Chilisa is one, Gacheni is one, the names are that one, Coupe is one, and so there is something going on. You have to know what you want is, you know, tap on that is on the net. I will leave the rest to others, but I'd like to refer you to the group called Research is Ceremony. Google it and familiarize with it. I mean, most of my assertion about the relational paradigm also derived from that book, but many other scholars, like educators amongst us, will also tell you, no education process is unrelational. They are relational. For example, a teacher and a learner. It's only because only dominance and power was given to one, the teacher and not the learner. All relation. So that's how I'm going to go with my input today. And so the professors amongst us, my dear sister, that she will deal with the power issue because she's good at that. I'm going to be very blunt today, opinions amongst us. We have to understand that at this point we probably can take our risk. We have done what we can. Of course, we are still learners ourselves. But the future lies with the unknown. And role modeling good behavior as a scholar, researcher, academic, it's quite a big responsibility that they do. Hence, since the first day at the workshop, I've always wanted to be protective of the young man. If we look at our own children at home, there's a saying, I don't know whether it's not in your language, but certainly I know all the language that say, our children came through us and our processes, so whatever they are, reflect who we are. And so when we are faced with challenges and tensions and contestations, all I ask is, in the bigger ones, please, be in a situation where I'm challenged by a student, to the bigger one. Thank you.
Okay, let me also just add a couple of things. First of all, just to say thank you so much for the quality and the value of inputs that have been provided during this session by the audience, the wisdom and experience and knowledge in this room, and the sharing of that being a very difficult issue pretty humbling and you know, we can all learn a lot from each other. I think I'm not going to address the majority of the issues that were raised, because many of them just show wisdom in and of itself. I would just like to have a couple of thoughts on these that came up a couple of times in terms of how to deal with funder agendas and the possibility to maintain independence and autonomy in the context of funding interests. And I think that's a really important question, because it recognizes, I think we need to practice recognizing that the undertaking of research in the context of vested interest driving that research does often or very often pose a dilemma for us as people who have the opportunity to participate for the research. And I do think we need to be very competitive about that. So I do think ultimately we do need to think what research legacy we're building, and we do need to be able to speak at that in terms of thinking what contribution we are leaving behind us. So the upfront in terms of recognizing and being reflective in terms of recognizing those ethical dilemmas is really important. We do need to ask ourselves in terms of what do the funders want out of it, and are we able to maintain our integrity, our research integrity, our individual integrity in the face of what the funder interests are, what the funders are demanding of us? Can we conduct that research with real maintenance of the ethical principles of doing no harm, of ensuring benefit to the principles of beneficent, ensuring benefit, of ensuring that we're not escalating harm, of ensuring social justice in the research processes and the distribution of the benefits of that research. And I really think those things are necessary for reflection, and to the extent that there's a level of discomfort, we've got to evaluate the extent to which we can negotiate aspects of the research agenda or research protocols that we feel a level of discomfort with. And then ultimately, if we proceed with the research, which is in some way advancing funder interest, the need for transparency, absolutely critical. The need for transparency on what interests are driving the research is critical from the time of our first stepping into engagement with community participants, so that people really understand what they are participating in and whose interest research is being conducted, and so on. And so that transparency from the outset all the way to the publication of output is incredibly important, and we should not shy away from being absolutely upfront with what those interests are. But more than that, I just thank you very much for the inputs that were provided.
I think it's probably, I think what you said, I think the discussion has been very robust, very engaged. I have a few comments. I don't think to ask all the questions I have to ask here, but certainly go back and reflect. I want to actually start by responding comprehensive part that you were saying about soil science. Like going also onto your question of there. When we look at the biomedical ethics guidelines that we have this moment in time, we have to, right now, if you are new to ethics, you pull out the documents, you read it in isolation. It's quite tempting to say, oh, it's Western pushing it out of us. But when we look at the history that inform these books that are now shown for rigorous and safe research, we see that these concepts come from across the world. They are not just in one location. Autonomy, which is, I think, the other part of this discussion that we need to come back to a little bit. The absolute need for autonomy and respecting the individuals, each individual's value as given comes from the abuses of World War II in the concentration camps. And I think it's really important to remember that, situate that, say, wrote and infringements and harm was inflicted because people were not valuing individual people's autonomy. The individual to say, no, people want to be experimented. And it's those individuals' voice, we don't use the individual voices. It will be overshadowed by what a large say. Because I'm going to uncontroversial, but the communities are not in it. They are harmful power structures in the community. And we have seen it within our own community. So when we say the community is consented, who is that community speaking for? To give you a very concrete example, conservation prevention research, people in power in the community might not feel it as an issue because it is only an issue for those that have less power. And I think that is where it's really important community engagement and scholars to come together to find that dialogue in a respectful way, express that. And then when it comes to research benefiting, I spoke about it, I actually thought it as a phrase of various benefits. I think we have to be very transparent about what the goal is. What do we do? We are here and together we decide on the allocation of what that knowledge looks, what it is. I'm a quantitative researcher, so I think this can be quantified. And I think that, so I really like that you want the suggestion of package knowledge. I like that it shows there. And then for the finalists, my last comments, also I'm going to make a controversial thing. I think it is wonderful that America is doing that. I think it's a great thing that has happened for us locally and for the world outside of America together. Because as much as we can start out and say, I think funders are telling us to do this, the funders, we are excited. They are international. We are our local. If we want to be locals, our local people, we need the funding here. We need government support here. So the fact that we have to go further afield to find the money to use the resources to improve the lives and well-being of our under-resourced populations is a dilemma. And it needs to be addressed. And I think we are just at the point of facing it. And then my very last comments. My question to you is the community. Who do you define as the community? Was it only people of the ethnic group living together as collection of houses? Or does it involve the vast, educators, the police, the social services, that are also really. So you ask the question that you need to ever come to the problem. And the question is, and our HIV problem is a clear example of that. And we can see with the history of what has happened already, having been started as something. The doctors and the nurses, the local community doctors and nurses raise saying something is going on. We need to look at this. From there, it was taken further. The information was put up to the point now where we sit World Hospital. Yeah. We are still engaging with the same what's the issue. Our very latest, which is actually very meaningful discussion, came to the point where the community were asked, first of all, what do you want to see in HIV prevention? This is concrete evidence of what we want. We want an alternative treatment. One, above all, we want a cure. And now we have projects looking at that, investigating, because that has been taken to the sexual violence and said, this is all issue for our administrators. So I do think it does happen. I do think these processes are in place, but they're slow. And in all that, community engagement, work, science, researchers, need to perhaps find a better integrated way of working together and seeing what could happen in the future and what issues there. I think that's all.
Thank you. I think most of the questions have been addressed. Perhaps what we also need is to think about the facts of community engagement. We know that, for example, when we apply for jobs as academics for promotion to our academics or any of the others that we apply for, we are asked for our teaching portfolio, for our research portfolio, but also your holistic community engagement. And we get the effective order, right? And the first two have a clear job that it has. When you write about your teaching, you must take the number of students, the level that you taught, most of the students are supervised, you must give the table that gives the demographics of students and the topics, you must take a visual here for yourself. When you talk about research, when you publish, citation here, the impact paper, all of these are those indicators, so you come here and say this person has maybe a scholarly contribution area or they are engaged, whatever. When you come to community engagement, it can be anything anyway. Not clear, I don't know, as I said, for community engagement. And so it becomes something that the onus is on you to really write and speak in a different way to the audience on your community engagement support. So I think we have clear norms and indicators for community engagement. I think community engagement is very important amongst the others. There are many things again that we can do, and I agree with our colleague there about community engagement is not only a scientific endeavor, and I think I've demonstrated that the institutional embeddedness in the community, rather than the community go with from time to time through some activity. So there are many things that we can think about to make sure that we embed our education. There is nothing stopping a handle every year for the local high school come and attend, and the local high school like our university. When it's like our kids are only like our students are only there. And they see their siblings and cousins and friends and the seniors of the same high school graduating, that way they say this way, they follow. So all of these things, I think that make the community feel like this is our university. So there's so many things. You spoke about financial transactions for businesses like you, and again, there's nothing stopping there. The supply chain management director, the people should follow like so every year when they give an annual report, if they do, to give an annual report that is detailed for the community. Like this year we advertised 23, under million and 14 under 15 million and we had 6 under 100 million, and these were won by businesses from Empangeni, Islaga, and Empangeni into us. Why is it that all our businesses only give the case as a tailor and we never win the highest tailor, right? And in order to give them, in order to take the tailor away to online data, all we say is we had 200 tailors and this was the rate of 2 billion and the rate that went to Empangeni. And then the data so that the channel government of the and then we need to think about, okay, how can we improve this situation? They go back from the list and start saying about, okay, can you see they are looking for back, which we don't really the transport said that for the event. So none of us are the chair. Then we move to that direction, right? Then we get this one we want. So that they can look at that the participant there and show them where we are here. So these are all things that I know all educated by this so that university for that it is South Africa is the private university. When you register as a postgraduate in that university, you automatically become a shareholder in the university. So for the rest of life, you will never be one because your fees are anything. So there is nothing, so it is taking South Africa that is start there. So there is no reason for us to want to do because I don't want to put my money away. If I'm going to pay your fees for private university, then you must spend money annually to die for this. And you know, you are so confident that when you know your money, and you go to bed that one day when you close to that money, you get it, taking a but show you yourself that you well go to university. So there are 900 more things that way. People just give the money to the university. But in that way, you are encouraging the community to make sure that they take care of their institutions and preserve and protect their universities. By coming up with all sorts of innovative ways to incentivize the community. So you have to be able to take the money and hedge the university. And every December, when the software comes, also the money will be going to the car for the shareholder there. So there are so many things that we can do. The institution, I get the United States to hold annual academic information days with the community of the family. And that community is fully proud of education. We inform them about the courses that we be taking out of the courses that are coming, what they start. And why are we the government don't know, not only in other areas, they don't know what kind of they only need to compare us. So they don't have a voice. When someone asks the question, I think the government and something like the government have a voice. The agenda of the yeah, that's one of the ways in which the government can influence the agenda of the university. When we have that meeting, this course, when you apply for new courses, I forgot the name of that form. The government needs to know that, okay, in the next 5 years, our plan is to produce this and that course, and this is the reason we are so that people like what happened in high school know that, okay, in the next 7 years, there will be a new course in the faculty of college, and this is what now when they come in for the issue, they are just the whole that is the course like the what is the how to follow. So the thing about differentiation, we know this is that okay, differentiation in higher education, we cannot duplicate it as the over the same thing like another institution do that over there. But community is going to go to this water barrier because I don't think that will be very hard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I speak without this to throw down on my ground. I think there's been a lot of passion in the room, which is healthy. I mean, it does stimulate critical thinking and critical debate, which is one of the aims of what this panel was supposed to be about. And I've just made a few notes, and do forgive me some of these critical. I'm hoping we will deliver a document with all our responses. But for now, some of it is also my own thoughts because it was very frustrating to sit in this chair and want people also come in. So that is a learning curve for me. Firstly, I wanted to us to think about the negative perceptions of science by our community. I think that was a critical issue. And I think in 2022, the Human Science Research Council also did a study on what the communities could be science. And it was way of, it's kind of similar to what the documents or other studies are showing. But there were some fears, there were some negative perceptions that communities had of science. I'm not talking about research, I'm talking about science, the suspicions and so forth. I think we need to look at that because it does affect the economy. And then, and a lot of it is what you were also triggered in me, that we should build ethical relationships. And I'm not sure that you see the shift from partnerships to relationships. Even I think in the research framework, it's about relationships. So, and I think, Stephen, you also mentioned about being upfront about your integrity. We all have agendas now. We all have our own perspectives, our own reasons, our own agendas. But we need to be upfront about our integrity. If we don't have money, government not say, this like a proposal together, we're not sure. Be open and honest. It's very easy to get sucked into the role of the Patreon coming with something bad or things that when the community opens your bag, it's empty, it's nothing in there. So, both the trust of the I also want to argue that communities also have science authority because there's science in community. There's scientists in community. I'll give you a very quick example in the one water project, whether it's Department of Water and Vietnam. The community living on the residents, they were teaching our students to collect data from the area. So there's often an assumption that we coming in with science. Science can be in the community as well, at least in the community. And that also speaks to different knowledges that they are. We only have one knowledge which we represented. We also come with our own knowledges from our cultures, from our own life experiences, and so forth. So be more aware of the different knowledges out there, and it speaks to also the indigenous knowledge systems, and leading to the perception of what is beneficial to the community. Sometimes we do start research and tell us that communities have a challenge with gangsters when we go into it. Everybody knows the management of the place, the gangsterism is an issue. But if you go in there, it might be that the communities want to mobilize, get the people to speak and go to violence. And you come in with thoughts on how not to kids not to show the gangs, when they have their own solution. They just need very more support. So, involve communities and stakeholders in all aspects and phases of research. I think one of you said that. I think one of you also said that at what stage sometimes we want to go in it's too late with the science topics inside or even decided or by the student or by the researcher. So from the get-go, there needs to be that consultation. Another point is that the power issues, I think, came up in the panel as well. And that power does affect science authority, and we don't have all power. We go into communities, there's power there. They will tell us sometimes to sit down while they listen. So we shouldn't assume that we have more power. We just need to be aware of our power and our doors and go and share power and see power as positive and negative. Then, I like what you said about the political influences. And I think that's a real idea that we don't really speak about. And how it affects the science economy, and then we should educate ourselves and be aware of these changes in legislation, policy, what is happening at solar, what is going on, because that shapes the needs agenda. And whether we like it or not, we are operating within a framework. And how we, the education people, I mean, we were adults and we were very agile. We're very flexible, be adaptable, and we need to just be aware how to adapt to the discourse within the political sector. And not compromise them. Then there was also a reference made to globally. I mean, a lot of us are involved in global partnerships. And we have to sometimes adapt. But I must say that the discourse globally is changing. In the one partnership I'm involved in, there's a lot of talk about how about being sensitive and not stepping on or dictating or so I think it's starting to shift in how we relate to our partners. And remember these South-South partners within the North-South partnerships, which also balances it out of the North. So we're in a partnership North-South, and the North is more than the South. Sometimes the power does shift. So we try to go for partnerships which align with where you are and what you want to achieve. Obviously, if you get involved in a partnership where the power is being somewhere else, you're going to be compromising yourself some ways. The one example I think is how the SDGs impact our own national development. So we have to look at that. Our national development plan, if you look at the deep dive into it, you will see our liabilities to this. So that tells you that you can't just, I know there's a lot of scientists who are very critical of the narrative of the history, but it's really for our national development plan. So be aware of these linkages and so forth. And grants will come with this framework. That's the reality. The grant that doesn't speak to the cycle, or as Nani says, adapted. Put your standpoint. How you argue in that application by just into the grant. So how do we navigate the impact of political party in Africa? That was also what came up. It was so important. Because we tend to choose the partners that is easier and comfortable. But how are we going to explore working with people who are in these really conflict zones within our own context? So I think I've mentioned most of what I wanted to say. I want to add in about the techniques. As basic as that, the Stephen, you always speak about radical conflict. How do we challenge our own university to become more inclusive, more progressive? I like how you spoke about the London values and how you brought that into the conversation. And how you need to economy. I think that is something that we really need to bring into our partnerships, into the way that we deal with students. It's not only the students, it's getting us of how we speak to students, how we take students because they're going out there. So, you know, with these points that we are making, for me, it's always from the different perspectives. And the emphasis on peer, and I want to add now, changing our schools. It's easy to get demotivated when you are in a study project and you are feeling that you're not getting the data that you need. But when you go back to those basic fundamentals, they will be positive outcomes. I want us also to question the traditional needs sometimes. But back to what I said earlier. When I say traditional, I mean the respect of the universe as a scientist, not the respect of society. And I would like us to also, based on our conversation earlier with some of you about a more broader definition of science. Is there science in art, for example? And then listening is also important. I think that came from one of you. That we need to listen, we need to hear. And I think there was another issue around training, and training is not only for communities. I think we mentioned training of academics. We need to be trained. We need to keep on being trained. It's not about training the community to accept us more. It's about learning together and optimizing the opportunities that they are, especially with stream. And then systematically addressing these issues within our institution, within our policy sector, and using the system to integrate, like you are doing with your science projects and your research. So I'd like to take this opportunity. Thank you. To say thank you to this wonderful, dynamic, energetic panel of, I can call you experts because I think what I heard today was amazing. And certainly I will take the full in my own study if I'm still a student. So thank you so much. I will engage with you further. And you thank you for monitoring the online engagement and really short notice. I really appreciate it. And to you, the participants, the VIPs, the most important people, wow. I didn't expect this feedback in this heat and the time of the day. So thank you very much. I am not going to keep you away from lunch. I'm going to hand over now to Athena Siata, our program manager. Who's been patiently waiting as they say in theatre.
Such human engagement. Thank you very much, Shahar. I'd like to call upon manager, Coach Engagement, one of the people who also really work very hard in the conference, to hand over the keys to our hands. And is there. I will try to thank you so much. And with your permission, I have one thing for the handover, and then we close this session. Thank you.
Okay.
If you can use
minutes. Oh, just that's it. That's all.
Gabriela Ongomnino. One more. Oh, one more. So, thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you very much for the role of this discussion. Really, it was indeed a very interesting one. There's no community engagement without research ethics and integrity, looking at philosophies and content of our own. Interesting questions there are left. Why are we not funding our own local research? Very interesting question that we must all look into. Who is the community? How are we defining the community? What are the institutions' focus, intentions about communities? So that is very important. Our grant application data that you're given. So with that being said, please go reflect on this conversation and to respond to those questions at the wrong time. This comes to the first part of the end of our first session. Thank you very much for being such a good audience. Appreciation to our online audience as well. We did receive questions from them. Thank you very much for engaging. The more engaging means people are listening, people have an interest. It's good to have such a robust conversation around. In our next breakaway, after lunch, we will be now going into something on enhancing the reciprocity and ethical collaboration in research and teaching and learning. And I'm happy to be part of the chairman that I've chaired this session because it really sits straight to my heart. So thank you to the organizing committee and line manager for giving me this opportunity. I was taking a lot of notes, so it's a lot of conversations that is that will be, including myself, yes. I think so. So, colleagues, thank you very much for being respectful, for being engaging, and we are right on time. Let me not disturb you between now and lunch. Don't forget, gala dinner tonight, dress to kill, golden black, colors of power, elegance, and royalty. So see you then. But after lunch, please make sure that you go to your other sessions. And a special request to our chairs, keep time. Please maintain time as per the program. Request to my colleagues who are wearing maroon t-shirts that after lunch, we shall accompany our breakout sessions. Thank you very much and have a good lunch. Okay. Just the first one. Yesterday we had stations here. So the stations are when you go outside, up the corridor. So the stations are there. You're welcome to come back and eat here or eat in the restaurant or outside the van. Thank you. So we just hash out the outside.